I back? Whoop. It looks like I should be back, but I don't see... Oh, okay, Twitch.tv is saying that my DNS is down. That doesn't make sense. Reconnected. Ah, here we go. Oh, I can see me now. How about you guys? Everything back up? Okay. I don't know how much got cut out there. So far, I think the last thing I saw on the stream was back when I was talking to Rolo's sister. Basically the only thing that happened after that was I wandered over, to where the fishing thing is. Oh, and, the kid that's always fishing over here said they're going after the speech they're going to have a fishing competition, uh, and as long as Boot catches Boot counts as a counts as a catch, then he's a shoo-in to win the competition. And then I went into the fishing minigame and caught Sharper Valentine's pocket watch, which has property of Sharper Valentine written in the back, and the father said that if he had his way, he'd have property of Sharper Valentine written on everything in the town. To which my character responded, should we give it back? And here we are. He may not even want it back, and it's got a contentious relationship with time. Keep it here in case he ever wants to pick it up. And that's the only new bait I have.
Luca gently baited a feather on good first.
Now we should actually go up to the treehouse before my internet dies again. Yep, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. Letter.
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward, but if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
Love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
Does that mean anything to me in this timeline? Let's see, this timeline... I was the only one to go to the... factory, so Rolo... We didn't find the body, we just ran into the suit. This also means we didn't fight the bully. We don't know about the juice. Yeah, we don't really know anything that's going on at this timeline. My character wouldn't suspect anything with that letter's too much. Just... possibly would feel like a apology for the father and mother disappearing. What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whatever you want. You know, we really didn't have to go to all that trouble just to apologize. I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth. This was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me.
Luca was at a loss for words. But that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. There's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue.
Huh.
A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that? Oh man, we missed the fireworks.
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Lightning?
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill.
What?
Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together. For the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
We haven't done break yet. We haven't done flight yet. Light feels like the right choice here. I'll do break later.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Hey, stream elements. Good for you, finally realizing that my stream came back online. That's fine. Oh, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Care. We love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See ya, jerks. That's gonna hurt. We know where that leads. This way. We'll take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket.
Yeah.
The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs
So now we're in a Shamalama Ding Dong movie.
They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
That was actually pretty badass. Uh-huh. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. Well, what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. See if we can get our bearings. Follow me. That's the sign by our house. What's the readout? Something just above 258 Kelvin. That would be negative 20 degrees centigrade, right? No, like negative 15? It's down a bit from last time. Did we report this to Mr. Care? Last time? Still within safe ranges. Maybe spready, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. There's a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. What? What's all this? Hard to say with the snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out letters under there. What town could this even be? This could be another town. There could be another town this deep into deep wood. I'm gonna have evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what they're dealing with here. Step 1. Snow's gotta go. Jeez, Phil. See what I can do. Snowball? Yep, it is Beacon Pines.
Stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read,
Well,
"Welcome to Beacon Pines."
Welcome to Freezeville. This doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How is that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? Guess we got turned around. Where did all this snow come from? It's been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. The puddle we fought at before. It was cold too. Maybe if all of it leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell's going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. So then the house should be this way. Luca. Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that bozo Care. Hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
Seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation do you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy, howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving.
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. Two faint seams were visible along the surface.
Manhole cover? This is... If it is, I've never seen one like it. So you don't have a way in there, I suppose? This is where we came from, isn't it? Wait. This is where the house was. This is where Mom's grave is. The tree is gone. When was that manhole covered there? Yep, that's the town. So that's the way into normal civilization, just a long distance. Wait. No, snowball. Whee! Oh, they blocked off.
Listened. Each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
It's like the stuff they put up around Wheat Wood. The stuff who put up? I don't know. They put that up fast. Does stuff look familiar to you? Looks like the barrel near the puddle I, shoved me into, yeah. It's so frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. Fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run? So why didn't it affect us?
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everything's gone. Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all this. We have to keep looking. Look all you want. I quit. Hey, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic and Hank-atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even going to save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed, and everyone you've ever known is gone. You don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Hey, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky.
That building was the Perennial Harvest building, and it looks nothing like what it was before the freeze. The rest of the buildings look somewhere the same. Alright, it's Monday. Just got a going live notification from someone.
He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion and more than a little guilt.
It's getting pretty late. It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a good idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a bit.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort.
It's negative 15 degrees centigrade? It's no fucking way.
If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day.
At least take cover in one of the buildings.
As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
And that's how the story ends. The way snow covered everything over. It's kind of calming. Yeah. Well, I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? We're getting away from those creeps. Sort of froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. Second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my temper.
Motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horse's ass. You're supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Eh, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Geez, you goody-goody types never take forever to understand this very basic point. Why do you go around saying cruel things to try and get into fights? Something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You won't understand. You and Roller are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission control.
They now wept openly.
Perfect little Luke fan horn. With this perfect little life. Our life is not perfect. Everyone in town likes you. Not everyone. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet. She already likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
Love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that
He cleared
impression.
his throat as he wiped his eyes.
It must be raining out here. Definitely.
Arched into a wide yawn.
Should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all
Luca's
this.
eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
Luca? Yeah? Always should want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. Well, what do you think? Not bad. Give you the full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to worst days of my entire life, this wasn't half bad.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Now, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere. Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off me.
Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
So what do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We're asleep minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. Sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me, you.
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
Big-headed, scarfy-necked. Horrible? Mm-hmm. Alright, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. Meanwhile, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great. How about a name? You must call me something. You can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait. Do you live here? You might say that. So, you know where we are? You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here, one way or another.
He turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough of the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. We'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look now, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we snuck through some time travel gate in Wheatwood? We teleported to some alternate universe? This is all some cruel experiment by Karen and his goons. This is not our home. Inch closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. You both grew up here, but the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but a replica nonetheless. That explains a few missing pieces, to include the corporation looking different, because it wasn't there before the freeze. The what did they call it? The something harvest. Dang. I already forgot. That's impossible. It's too much work. You'd need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull up such a feat would require immense labor power. And that which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so. Unless the auditing is impeccable. Mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, or revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably. So you're saying that someone made an entire new town? Moved us all, and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is one reason that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is uncover.
That narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why do you say the source like that? Why, indeed.
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
So ridiculous. There's no way they could.
He looked down at his feet. His eyes darted back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
This really is home.
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through the Wheatwood.
Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time, I thought I was visiting you. But you've been here, alone, in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. You ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why did you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. They stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
Gotta hide. $259K. All of distance is still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? The grave of someone with a family. The people who loved them will never know the truth. The truth is
He
overrated.
bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey, don't be such a downer, dude. You took this job to change the world. Yeah. Come on. It's almost lunchtime. Eh, weirdo. You thought I was a jerk. These dinkuses are out here literally dancing on graves.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs.
I was visiting him. Thought he's with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
Iggy gave
advice.
a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow crying like some pushover. Who you helping? Look at what they did! They lied to everyone! Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some junk comes at you acting like a horse's ass? Just stand up for myself. Hell yeah! This merry little band of clipboards pulled this switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a
Luca
source.
wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to a perennial harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to their precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, you snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, you smash it. What if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. Hell yeah. Time for a smash and grab. Can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rollo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no, do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Oh shucks, now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. Wait a minute. The original town, and that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
Nice. What's that? Long story. So a few years back I, came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff. So why do you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rolo were doing chores at Rolo's chicken coop. And you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yep, I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were some primo fireworks. I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Decoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. Oh, got grounded for months. Which is why I needed to stash evidence and lay low. So I buried them under that tree. When I came back for them later, they were gone. Figured some grown-ups found them and tossed them.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a brat who's way over his head. Hero's just someone who refuses to give up. Amongst these days are rotting children's brains. Even thinks they're a spaceman superhero. Was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast-off, loser. Hello?
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! Echo! Whoa! The sailor wanted to move all out of town now. Why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? It's a dang hole! How do you smash a hole? Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Care. Where's Rollo? I wasn't lying before. He's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. Dress is cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collected the unrefined,
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it, but the fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh heavens no, my role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is. Nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness. Others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you're destined to be a creepy lackey. Point is, we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime. And you happen to be extras, ready for your curtain call. You aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not gonna be so winning after we're done with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional, such as myself, embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? 'Cause I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you. Regret's one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. They're taking notes. The freaking clipboards are taking notes. But, that's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can all head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
Just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What?
With a nonchalant
Like this?
gesture, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Ooh. Whoa.
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You, little child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do I use? Doesn't make a damn difference, they're always listening. You do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Care's out of the picture. Just go and let's save yourself. Let's go. We both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Care, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know, I can still play 25. You should have learned me sing the part of Phileas
With
Young.
a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Dum dum, dum dum. Wow, can you believe this guy?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Here, just let go. You can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't gonna kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you care. Iggy, no.
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told you what you needed to do with bullies. I can't. Your only way out of this mess. 2 birds with 1 stone. Makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
A calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. No, we refuse.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face.
Hit Mr. Care in the face with the
That's
walkie-talkie.
good, lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
I mean, I knew that was gonna happen. I still want to throw the walkie-talkie at Mr. Kerr.
With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Goodbye, Iggy. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Friend sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempus liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks made the whole freeze over? That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. Sure to think what could have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
It'll take them a good while to safely break through the access to the source again. You know all this stuff, haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each one of us has a role to play. A easy role, it just turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's
Fourth
eyes.
wall. Luca Van Horn. We were going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm?
Why is Rollo writing this now?
Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good?
Charm 2, the dashes were highlighted.
I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
We only have one path that hasn't been filled out so far. Though, I never did check one thing.
We were just gonna go ponder for the day.
Because that makes sense. Oh, really? What are you guys gonna ponder on? Such a lovely day, exactly.
This was Luca's chance to sell his alibi.
You know, big stuff, small stuff, medium, mostly medium pondering.
Nailed it.
You know, make sure you don't unburden yourself with the preponderance of pondering. Huh? Oh, forget it. Off with you now. That. Oh, and Luca. You and Rollo stay out of trouble. I know, I know. Dang it, Rollo.
Chapter 2. Welcome. For many, it wasn't until sharp over the neck until in the
I'm not gonna be able to go over to the area I want to go see until I head to the treehouse. So let's go to the next branch and see if that's closer.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
Nope. Hey, Dawn. Sorry to wake you. No problem. What's with the job?
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time at night. She searched for the story that could be her. By day, she hawked papers at the
So
news.
is this the same? What's up? Rollo said he saw something strange going on at the warehouse. You know anything about that? You might say certain. Although it is the same. No new charms here. Sorry I haven't heard anything about your mom. Okay. Pretty sure that's, the same conversation we had with her before. Last Chance Diner is closed right now because of preparations. So, the only unexplored area is everywhere else is... Everywhere else is a two-parter. We need to figure out what other thing we can put there.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Oh. Sure, you can meet Rolla. You're not going home? No, I promised Rolo I'd tell him
Lucas
about...
stopped himself mid-sentence.
I promised to tell him about what? Spit it out, Buck. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've gotta tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah.
Lucas saw Beck skulking by the gate.
Telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked bright gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. Even smells shady.
Grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. What? What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. That's Harris Valentine. Who's that she's talking to? Okay. I expect that you to return that suit in working order. Of course, as soon as everything proceeds as planned. There's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what is rightfully mine. That means making some unsavory alliances. So be it. Couldn't agree more. It comes time to suspend hostilities. We'll deal with our common threats. This is what I was talking
Beck's
about.
voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I won't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this, and let me handle the rest. Can't wait to see the look on that Rube Care's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. There's only one thing I've learned, is that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady. That's just flat out supervillain talk. Don't mind me asking. Why? Why are you doing all
The
this?
mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
That I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. Don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
Well, we already knew Gran was suspicious.
Chapter 5. What big ears you have! Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why are you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's go to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. Last time, There's nothing to worry about. Of course, we're not worried.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Or maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. Let you just sign here, acknowledging everything is accurate. We'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my internal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
I'm so afraid to talk to you. Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. Next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give him a good hard bop right in the kisser. It's not the best reference, but sure. Oh, Gran tells me just to keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering out on your own. I'm not on my own, though. You're still out here. Hello. The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, figure and don't, are you prepared to live with the truth? Oh, you two. Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, see? You notice how all the perennial harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam? What? I don't know. I just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. I can't wait.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
All coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without you.
The mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yeah, she has been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you'd pass on my thanks to her. The History Museum has a real air of import to the whole affair, and we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Pecan Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he was.
Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean, the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival. All of this. There's gotta be 100 down on the luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yeah, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The gate of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mr. Valentine. I wish I could have hit him in the face with a walkie-talkie. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. So what's your buddy Rolo like? He's... Rolo, not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Loss of energy... It's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been rough for his family since the fowl harvest, that's what it was. It's about damn time you tell me what this fowl harvest thingy is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company called Valentine's. They're kind of a big deal. Ooh, big deal fertilizer? It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Yeah, most everyone in town either worked for Sharp Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water, or air, or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everyone blamed the Valentines. Foul harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. Next year, the crops came back, but something was different. Plant a crop, do everything right, and it's short of a crapshoot what happens. No one knows why? Oh. Take it Rollo's farms got the short end of the stick. Yep, for some reason, their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn initiative? Yep. First thing they did was get the town in deep scrub. They even put us in hotels, one town over for a week, while they decontaminated... Oh. While they decontaminated the groundwater. Well, you better get going. And he wonders how no one noticed. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's a new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rollo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey, Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah. While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be safe, too safe these days. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Well, we found something. A piece of junk. Moving target. Oop. Pick it up. Stop jumping. You can't really aim the throw. No, I'm just gonna walk up to him. Where do you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff, who traces junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? Oh, well, sure. Thanks, I guess. Okay, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. The man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah, and it could have been a woman. How'd you get away? Grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meeting with Gran. Wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
They weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. Then you saw your Gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine? Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. So, we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town, and their leader is your Gran and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged, but she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your Gran's weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could you possibly have to hide? Good cover. I don't know, we haven't talked much since you moved in. Moved in? The Gran isn't from here? No, she came in a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It's been years since I've seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way. But are we sure your Gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. Sounds like strange stuff's been showing up since she showed up. Could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your Gran is hiding something. Always is. Folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. Gran really is hiding something. Don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. Yes, you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear. We can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in. Let's see the timeline.
Chapter 6.
We've got until the festival for the big
Secret
freeze. That's a good pun.
Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
Oh, back to the old shirt. Okay. What time is it? I see. That was your... What was your sleep shirt? What on earth is that? Hmm? A ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Choke all you want. Still see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. Coast is clear? Yep, whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Farewell. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
Our Gran, where I'd hide my deepest, darkest secrets. Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Maybe that's what she wants you to think. And again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She'll fire in order to burn the evidence. Keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat, it may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of the documents lost to ash. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Let me just think for a moment. Look, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah, closet upstairs. Maybe it stands to reason that we check there first. No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Whoever thought? I am going to take this important thing and hike it in a bush. True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? No. She was always worried that I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the latch.
Realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Alright, Rollo. It's your time to shine. Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills. Now I should proceed with...
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this is my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. Every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standard. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Huh? That was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we're expecting. Like, oh hey. Let me just yank on this random
As
key
Beck
cup
pulled
and...
on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Seems like your Gran has been doing some remodeling. Dude, only two types of people have secret lairs. Evil masterminds, and superheroes. So which do we think she is? Well, we're about to find out. Okay, so this is more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe. Oh, wow. Yeah, this cannot be good. Need to look around before jumping to conclusions. What do we have here? Barrels marking marked caution explosive. Oh shoot. This is how she causes the um ice age. And jam jars. That's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your gran making? That could work. I wonder what color explosive jam would be. She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs, right? Only one way to find
Lulu
out.
casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He
Huckleberries.
smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And ink? What?
Lulu plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Polo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
Citresta. Miss Fratelli? A grand jam jar? Grand jam gram. It says, last night I used the disguise Harris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. More like a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here. I'm guessing this is an alternative way to unlock the charm smack. Why does Gran have speed bag? Alright, what's up?
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Well, is your Gran a serial killer? Because I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart, she put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My moms are both on here. Both with question marks. Guess Valentine has a question mark. Here's says a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Care has a bullseye? The killer has chosen her next victim. I don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means is probably not good.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there? It's my dad. It's like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Polo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Condensed documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of a preeminent scholar in dense documents. The answer is... abstract. Conclusion. Any of the charts, and then you should have a good idea where to look in the document for the pieces you want filled in, if you're speed reading academic papers. And cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed.
He stopped at a page and mimed holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow up the examination of Terrace Wilby. Patient shows further sign of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Miss Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Will looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncrete's name. Wait,
Willow's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water has almost been contaminated. Perhaps environmental? Lab results only raise more questions. It's like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related to something
Willow
else?
scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. The disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast, and with his wife's passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind, exasperated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters in my own hands.
Staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Willow rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean, enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit.
Slammed the drawer shut. They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool. This looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rolo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. Starts at the entrance to town, and if we follow it,
Carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads
He
right to
jabbed down at the end point.
town square. It's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Rolo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on that map is the same symbol as those explosives over there. So it's not hiding treasure. Real bummer. Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Gulp? Did you just say gulp? Alright, so that is how I was supposed to read it. This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival? Not if we stop her. Oh, what's that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was what? Knew I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone is upstairs. Shh, quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
That's the shopkeep.
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
And you went down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump.
Yoo-hoo. I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm just here to help. Just...
At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it's nothing.
Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Roll. Don't.
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flamin' chicken coop!
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo. Mysterious creepy man. Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know if I had it in me, but there's only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rollo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out
As
cold.
Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Yep, Mr. Tolliver.
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop, chill cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
Why the heck not? And this. Just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
And tracker, stop. Stop? Why? Why are you like this? Ah. Okay. Looks like it stopped deciding to wave. Boy, I sure got my bell wrong.
He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This is all a big mistake. Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No, it's not rude. Really? Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's here?
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Beck didn't need to come out from hiding. Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and I'll call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Hi, Dash. What? What is it? I'm almost done, I think. I think we're almost at the end of the story. At the end of the story. Can I sit down and watch for a bit? I'll go say hi to Chase. You're cute. Yes, you are. You're a good girl. Okay. Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? You just cut me loose. I can show you. How do I know we can trust you? Don't eat those. Don't eat those. No, you can't have any coffee. What are you looking for, girl? Do you smell something interesting? You're silly.
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Really, Dash? It's packing stuff. They're just balloons, basically. See? Not that interesting. You've seen them many times before. Why are you so interested in them now? You want to pop them? Yeah. Yeah, weird girl. Luca, have I done anything wrong by you? No? And since your gran moved to town, I've not been nothing but welcoming. Yeah? Well, why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just... all this stuff seems pretty weird. You bored with names of people from town? An archive of my dad's old, disturbing patient notes?
Luca gestured to the corner.
Barrels of explosives? I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. Yep, she wants to pop it. What? You can pop it. You like it as a pillow? You look like you wanted to pop it. You're a weirdo. Go ahead. Just need to make sure you don't try and eat it. Kids deserve an explanation.
Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This all make good sense in
He
time.
edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
Imperceptibly. You see, this town has secrets, Luca. Very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought
He
to...
punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light. Son of a...
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
Wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You guys just keep tight down there. Let the adults handle
They
this.
looked bewildered at each other.
Play cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end. Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
Art up, but we also have... new charm. What was it again? Can't access my charms now. So we just have to do good cop, hard cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver.
Okay, we can go to this now. Lavish. Lavish incendiary. I have a feeling a lot of these are for the restaurant and the fishing minigame. Roller swept past the chair was up some here
Without
in
even
Tolliver.
looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, well. Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver?
Jack and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
Said, Mr. Tolliver.
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the
A
world?
chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. Now, hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in the dirt. And it's for you. Looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or, let's just say, I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance. What? I don't even...
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing, poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, so you're in a cahoots with Gran. Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good lord.
His head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source?
His
It's where
voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation Splurplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
Oh,
Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What is about the source? It's where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Tolliver any farther. Is there anyone else who might know more? About the History Museum. We just got set up for the festival. Now that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any more information about this source thing, Kato can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we worked hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? Oh, Kato hang out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys. We just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quite. I get all access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for y'all? We need a favor. I already told you and Rolo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Tank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now that you're speaking my language, what are you looking for? That's the thing, we sort of don't know. Oops. What do you got on the history of the town? Hmm? That's the county record archives. What's in those? Deaths, births, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. They do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8.
Heh. Page 69.
6 feet under, 3 towns
Nice.
over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered.
What? You look like you were just getting to sleep. Why'd you wake up? Who woke you up? What's up? Okay. You still tired. Look tired, baby girl. You sure you don't want to sit in my lap? No? You're a good girl. You're a weird girl.
Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a
Isn't that how
corpse
everyone's
with
grandmother's
photos.
basement looks? I know that's how my grandmother's basement. Nick's grandma actually did have a basement, didn't she?
Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. You have to keep digging. But if I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of those asinine death records. Wrought up Hollow Cotter lived a full and wonderful life, till he read so much boring crud that his brains oozed out his ears.
Rolo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring county records that kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rolo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really? That's the best you got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just like
Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
J. Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey, we're all a little tired here. Let's take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what's that name, Beck? The obit? J. Hartford. From the Brookville's Tribune 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford. That's my grand's name. Junifer Hartford. Maybe there were 2 J. Hartfords. Miss Hartford survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. Your grand is 6 foot under, 3 towns over. Then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Alright, gang. I gotta close up for the night. Oop,
Beck rubbed her eye.
how late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap. Paul's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's lead up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious and the basement? I'll think of something. I'm sure
Luca's
Miss
heart was pounding
Juniper
as he approached
Hartford
the house.
has figured out something to do with the unconscious man.
If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
Probably needs to use the restroom by this point. Oh, there she is.
He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Oh, she definitely has. Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
He woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace.
Maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach, not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be
He
delayed,
flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Okay, now I can think. So if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I don't. And then I need to play it cool. Because the only option is go to bed and act as if nothing's wrong. Gran will think that Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. Gran's not there. Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed and play cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter.
Oh. The jam was drugged.
He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong. Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The germ. Yep. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Rest now. Let me handle everything. Oh. Wait a second. That's Eleanor. She got into contact with the goo and got aged. And is posing as her own mother, who had already died.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
Just trying to drug the jerk who threw you into the telephone booth in a previous timeline.
Or rather, why
Why
was
was
she
she
trying to
trying to
drug
drug
Mr.
Mr.
Nuncreed?
There you go.
Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
Festival. Gran hasn't bothered to close any of this. Okay. Now what? They just straight up ripped this tree up and moved it? That's kind of nuts. Still wearing the stupid hat. Hey, where have you been? And put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa ho ho! Sly devil. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. You found anything? We looked around, but we haven't seen anything odd. Gran is nowhere to be found. Mr. Nuncreed's just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone's gathering at the stage. Let's get moving. This is
Augustus
where
nervously wiped his brow.
everything freezes, isn't it? This thing. Hello. Oh, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh, yes, before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. The town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause benefiting such a great man. Even that's more than the old coacher deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right. Where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
That's Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Poor guy. Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Oh heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be ashamed to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Didn't prepare anything. Community, conviction, commitment. These are things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's an inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It is hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when brave fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
For a second, I set foot in the Beacon Pines. Something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing was more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. Conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are the horizon. Festival is a commitment to our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. And I'm tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. And what's that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Run. Don't worry. Little thunder isn't gonna ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all my travels, I've learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest awaits.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched.
So I need to stop Eleanor.
For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again.
No.
I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
Good Cop, Sly Cop. So we're gonna be Sly Cooper now. Good Cop, Sly Cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Broly
Classic.
ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task.
Of course.
With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
Ooh, what's going on here? Here, that mobile girl. Please call me back. Sorry about all this.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has also fallen edge. I guess she thought that you need some backup. But she sent a child? No better way to avoid prying eyes. Who'd suspect a kid? Suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
It had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So it turns out we're both here to
Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the
Beck
evidence.
shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her though. If anyone were to find out that we were going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusts me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good. There's one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing, really. The other day, I just had the radio on scan while I was talking to the candy shop. Wouldn't you know it? I accepted an odd phrase in perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it. It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. We got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time, Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shop. But he never sells us, or all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Lorelo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy ship. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
Said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it
Beck
seems.
marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We need to find the hidden meeting. Okay. Another word for underground. Buried, covered, could be cover up? Maybe it's one of those each letter's a number thingies. So U would be 21, N would be 14, D would be ooh. It's an anagram. Nuns Creed's drugstore. You worked it out way too fast.
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Rollo? That was incredible. Well, it's either that or Kren's new drugstore. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? Can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. Ma'am? You scared me half to death. Sorry. Kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. You got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man could be late to his own funeral. He might have a concussion. Don't worry about it. Seems like the right time to just chill for a bit, right? You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this Insipid Town festival really about? I
Gus looked around nervously.
think Mr. Kerr really does want to do something good for the town. He is really pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. The strings in Sonya's mayor, so you can make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Bernie Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me. This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That is just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damned backyard. They are dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change, whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of that future? Or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always be a Gus. Good night, Eris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. It's getting late, children. Uh-huh. Fine to Nuncrease it is. Why are you still here? Knowledge, he spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. I hate it when the villain makes a good point. Yeah, okay. The game figured out I know Eleanor is actually Juniper. Now what?
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. Looking for Mr. Nuncrete. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. And where do you get the candy from? I might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. We might not always have family to rely upon. Licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice, but whatever floats your boat. You tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. Certain you do. Always wondered why Mr. Nuncrete kept licorice in stock. There must be enough of it to make it more worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. Some, it's as easy as cold, hard cash. Well, he's right. It's locked. But there's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncrete, no.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Friend's new drugstore? I mean, underground secrets? The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
Alright, let's see
Luca
here.
cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground secrets. Sounds like that did something. Great, now what? I guess we... Ah!
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground.
Hello.
The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the transdimensional conduits from Hank Atomic Issue 12 were real? Well, at one point or another, you said about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. Looks like each of these has something written on them. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer. A series of tubes. Pa always said you can always trust a miner up to the point where they hit gold. Not sure how this wizard applies in this exact situation? That's the thing about Pa. You don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Perennial Harvest Main Office. Oh, that's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. She's involved in all of this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. This suit has a broken mask. So we have found our mystery warehouse creeper. We at least found there's hazmat suit. It walks like an uncreed and talks like an uncreed. Let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. The source. Nope, Valentine's Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have two going to the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Roll, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't even mow yet. What was that? Hide! Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Shit. 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 Awesome! You all need to come with me, now. We aren't going anywhere with you, not until we get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password. They love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Hold on now. I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Ooh. Walt, you don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back before
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
all of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality. Complications. Life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealist doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks. So you were his sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped the patients, and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. Says he's got an opportunity. Found something he didn't quite understand. He was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. My dad said no. Your father and I both believe in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous, almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone. Or he'll make sure they'll keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he still got me saying yes. What's the point to this sob spree? Not really, no. It's an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I try to keep you safe. Try to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
You really don't know. My gran isn't out of this. She's been screaming right under your nose. Juniper! She says she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's gonna disrupt the festival. Why would she?
Color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently she knows about a lot of things. What? Let's just see, this isn't the only underground lair busted in today. Honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now. She's in danger, boy. I don't know. She's got a map with a mark on the fountain in the town square. The fountain, but why
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source? What the heck is the source? She tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze, and dear God, she's gonna freeze us all. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. No? That did not go how I expected. So, totally following, right? Totally. See you on the other side. Good? Yep. I love this town.
Chapter 8. The cold, hard truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting, fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant. Light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Uh-huh. That was intense. Yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like you got on any of us. Doesn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did it all go? This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow up something out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. Gotta catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. There's no way we, yeah, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed on things pagan times, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of town. Ah, I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. Rolo, stick with me here. A species that can only survive in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is our base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. Found by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there. Final objective, kill Saul and shift into Beacon Pine Citizen of their true ones, and you never really had me. But you very much lost me there. Yeah, let's do it. We should keep moving. This looks familiar, yeah? Maybe we can clear off this... No, no time. Nuncreed's getting away. Okay, fair.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you, this is not going to serve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran, what's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. It's between me and Juniper.
Rowanback held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. You know, just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Well, Walt told me everything. He trusted you. And you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? Don't worry for him. Your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change. Oh, very convenient that your way was just happened to line your pockets. Ah, it's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath.
My voice is
For a
not
moment
doing
balanced
well.
on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
Let's start with beat. See
And
what
in
happens.
stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
So it all makes sense soon, Luca. And everything could go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
Can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, see where their full loyalties fall. Juniper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep.
And everyone's frozen.
She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuating with a thunderous thud.
Wait a second. Did I lose connection again? No, just Discord decided to restart. Okay. Weird. Stream seems to still be live. Seeing error, but it's fine. Okay. Here it is. You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, you must be willing
Before
to.
Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
Yep.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire.
I mean, I had to do it.
On
I
the
knew that
bright
was
side,
gonna.
we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from.
You knew.
Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
The narrator may not have been, or was. I may have done this out of order. I probably wasn't supposed to do the ending with the kid getting thrown into the puddle of goo just yet. This one. I feel like there should be another selection there. Curious. That's probably where the real answer ends up, because it gives us more time. There's no way to have the information needed for that. Began to hum, indicating that he knows that it's not Juniper.
And in the stillness,
Wait.
he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody.
Yup.
It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? So sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo? You begged Luca that my dad... Your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother. Only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Mom!
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were... gone? You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph. Thought you would piece it together by now. You were exposed. I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? Tore me up, Luca. But I did everything to keep you safe. I thought getting answers would help us both move on. The more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. No perennial harvest was stopped. It was better if everyone thought I was gone. Could have trusted me. There are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. I tried beating them at their own game. Run, fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now. There's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We got a party to crash. Probably should tag along. You don't understand. He always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago. Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
That is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I'm tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. This town has a dangerous secret, and perennial harvest exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. They had to just leave town for a few days. They had us evacuated. It's Hartford. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you too. You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? Sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please. Don't you all see? This festival is a sham. An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. Don't know what. But these people are wicked. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I am Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true, and now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable, so she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is. That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreep.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreep's face.
Wait a second. Did he figure out the inverse of the time goo? Is that... This is basically a Curse of the Golden Idol situation, isn't it? Yes, sir. Take them away. I want them to see this. The tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side, like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. Alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Care? Yes, sir. It's a shame I was cut short, but I'd like to thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon.
Kerr gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No! So you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I want you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Care, be a dear and reveal the sign. Haha, wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Harper, you malicious bastard. Ooh, that's a new one. I'm glad you're back so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. K?
Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward! Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You clearly lost without me. That leads me nicely to my children. Daddy? I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. What, I? Silence, Augustus. An adult is speaking. Don't know which is worse. A son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Harris, you bailed me with admirable constancy. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Although I have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's alright, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where is Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You're simply too weak to take it. No matter. Cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Care's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor, desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you, for those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I'm willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? Ha! You think that puffed up blatherskite could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
See, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow. You've
Mr.
earned
Kerr
it.
flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire, at your service. Well, that came back. Founder, I just wanted to thank you again for this opportunity. It was truly the role of a lifetime. Wait, so Bill Carroll was a Pat C the whole time? Now that your secret's out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Ha! The young hero! I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. If things had gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time. Now time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer.
Oh.
The end.
Right, because the material steals time from the surrounding area's energy, causing things to get colder. We could use a little bit of that, honestly.
This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now.
Yep,
You can feel it, right?
maybe.
We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
So we have Malice now. And there's one spot that has never had another option. Give him some malice lurking behind those eyes.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes. Like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this to all be over. Of course, I'm sure it'll all work out soon enough. I should get going. Tell Roxy I checked for Rolo at the treehouse.
Luca twisted free of Nuncrete's grasp.
Of course. Luca. You know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You didn't come to me with anything. Anything at all. I wonder if we have all of these yet. I can do the fishing minigame again. There's Sharper Valentine and his son. He looked down and muttered in a gruff voice. Almost told me my problems would look smaller once I grew up. My problems always seem to grow right along with me. Heavens, I sense big trouble ahead. These festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree, this is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? Be a shame if someone...
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Last Chance Diner's still closed. So no minigame there. But we can do the fishing minigame. Oh, hello. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Modwell. I work here now. I'm unable to locate you on our staff roll. Well, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Karras said I could come in early tonight and get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest waits. Whoa. You could get a wrench up the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man while he's drunken, Sonny. Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kinda late to be drunken? I might as well ask you the same thing of you. Find anything good? Ah, ever since Triangle Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You learn about a lot about a person by looking about what they throw away. This bunch and all shredded paper and coffee cups. Oh, I better be get going. I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. Screw you. Anything new? No. Any new baits? Gotta have new baits at this point. No. That's all the bait we have.
Luca placed a sink sometime.
Alright. Rollo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rollo! Oh, wherever you are. I hope you're
Luca
okay.
felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag.
You should
He
have brought the
conceded to its
walkie-talkie.
lumpy embrace.
Should have brought the walkie-talkie.
Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket, a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. You made me proud, Buckaroo. Luca turned to face him. Dad, what is this place? A warm grin grew across his father's face. A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together. Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. That's up to you. Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real? Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me. Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace. Time to go, Buckaroo. Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor. A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
What? Stop right there, or I'll... Sheesh. I know it's dark and all. I figured you'd recognize me. Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now, or I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, 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 take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rollo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rollo. One of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle? Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it really is you, prove it. Play chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo. Only bigger, older, changed.
Oh, what happened to you? I was running away. I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? Don't know. They threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an undercrab lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look.
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower. But beggars can't be choosers. Well, it wasn't just your hands. My feet too! Dang, Paul just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rollo, what did they do to you? Made me like drink some kind of green crud. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. Kind of tastes like licorice. I passed out, woke up like this. And then I sorta smashed open my cage and escaped. Whoa, you smashed open a cage? Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur. They had you in a cage. Who are these people? I don't know who this did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome! I'm just glad you're safe now. Luca, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family. Maybe you're right. This all seems dangerous. Danger.
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take 'em all on. Hey fellas, what's up?
With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Ah! Take cover! Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry? Something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. Don't know where else to go. So they're just hanging out with your large adult friend? No, this is my buddy Rollo. This is your missing friend. One of the same. He seems a little old. I'll have you know, this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry, you're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think you mean our silly little mission control. I had to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. I could hear your racket from a mile away. See, Luca, this is why we need to improve security around here. Not right now, Rollo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened. Yeah, but...
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
Anything you can say around me? You can say around Rollo. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yup.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. First order of business was to try and salvage my hair. So I dyed out some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. It's a good color. Okay, just need to play it cool. Hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing. I was just... Sigh. Come on over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey. What in the world did you do to your hair? Just kind of felt like a change. It's gonna take forever to grow out. You're the one who said that the change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems a grade A creep. He is! He has a weird cult of personality. I'm not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough to her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. No, don't believe we were. Can't even pink up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know, I grew up in a town not that different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival. But not another peep.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey. That doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. And if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look. Great. Can we get back to the story now? Next part is the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mom. I was too angry to sleep, so I tried to dial in something worth listening to. Mr. Kerr? Are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. Let's report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering. Nellie Mudwell seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. You have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor. It must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays night and day until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she's finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir? I usually have more times to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the endgame, Bill, after your failures with Dr. Prescott. I cannot afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to perennial harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe you should delay, just for a bit. Oh? It's just we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline. Rushing to things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand I just want what is best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You're only a few days away from it, having everything you ever dreamed of. Wait, Bill is, Nunscott, or Nun, what's his face, isn't he? I should be talking in a deep voice. My throat's messed up, though. I'm not gonna do that. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Yeah. So we're clear. When they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like, actually killing someone? Capital murder?
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who is this founder? Something you guys would know. As far as we know, Carrot's the top banana, perennial harvest. Sounded scared of this founder guy. So we have an even tougher banana on the field. What the hell is my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue work with someone she respected. Luca, do you think that body at the warehouse was the person Beck's mom came to replace? That would make sense. Beck? It seems like Nellie's predecessor got, loose-ended. I'm getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mom out of there before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't she just come back after work? Creep on the radio said they were going to hold her in there until then. She's not coming out. Gotta go in and get her.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this'll help. You have blueprints? Well, it's really just a welcome map for my mom's PH orientation day, but it shows the layout. Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception area, and there's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realize what this is, right?
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist.
Chapter 6. The Heist. They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat, a modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in 1 day, and they each had their assignments.
Alright, quick recap. Rollo, you're gonna talk to Roxy, or Jolie. Without her in bits, this whole thing could go bust. Me, Cordial's my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your new...
Vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance. Bah, she'll be so alive, so happy I'm alive, she won't even notice.
Beck snorted an involuntary giggle.
And Beck, you sure Lona won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. When she understands the danger Nellie's in, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense. Okay. That leaves me with Jeff, then Iggy. How are you gonna persuade them? I'll think of something.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed. I'm surprised we don't have another bait.
Luca gently bade good for
Well, you don't have anything new to say. Hello there. Ignore the clipboard. Actually, do you have anything new to say? Nope. Let's go check. Oh, Last Chance Diner isn't open again. And do you have anything new? You ever wondered why an agricultural company employs an army of survey takers? Clipboards. They say they're just trying to make us happy. Do they want to make us happy? Or just figure out what makes us happy? An important distinction. And nodded. He shook his head. Over? No. These are merely a state of mind. This doesn't end until I give up. Wow, I admire the conviction. But can you really pull through? Don't can't have too much more to go through. Don't need to be convicted for much longer. So yeah, I think you can see which branches have been finished on this path by if there's a raw end. We're currently on that raw end right there. There's no leaves capping it. And we see both the endings here. The two endings here branching out. The one ending here branching out. Interesting. And that's the meter split. There is one extra branch there that I don't think ties to it, but two branches. So yeah. Unless there's going to be a hidden branch somewhere. We're getting close to the end. We only have one path, at the very least right now. It may branch on this way up, but we only have one path currently. You're busy. And the two are no longer there. Nothing new to say. You know, we never did use the slap. Hey Jeff, what can I do you for? I know how much you hate perennial harvest. Hate's a strong word. Sorry, I didn't say it was the wrong word. Gotcha. So we're gonna break into the headquarters, and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
I see. I knew you geese were all right. Great, so you'll
The
help?
joy in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance. But Give me one good reason I should risk my hide in bed, you
Looking
rascals.
into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
No, no. Oh no. Fight. I'm enough fighting for my lifetime and more than my share of losing. Time to hang up the glove.
Luca wasn't ready. He shouted out again.
Shit. Yes, old shit. I still ain't helping. Ain't that some shit? Hee. Fight?
Jeff's brow perked up.
What'd you say? Go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not
Jeff's
afraid.
scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jeff, and they all do, but you'll never hear him say I hid from none.
Good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it you kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I've got just the thing. While we're at it, that crate should come in handy. Alright, this ain't gonna be free, you know? Thinking 5 bags of sauerkraut should cover it. Put it on my tab?
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by first thing in the morning. Okay. Hello. Hey, Tish. Look who it is. Luca, are you here to try to tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me out.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening. Hey, I know we built them giant bags of malice to each other. Malice? Wow, Tish, smart guy here. With his smart words, he thinks he's impressing us. Scram, we ain't interested.
Luca
Fine.
knew he tried again.
Hey, I know we've been trying to grab bags of shit to each other.
He gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. But lately, life's been kinda... strange, you know?
Considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. So I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say we... break our hostilities for now? Hide our hostilities? We do like breaking things. Even if a truce means less breaking things. But I told you, there's a way to have a truce and break stuff. Go on. Because I need you to cause a distraction, so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn. I'm impressed. After all this is done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out at the treehouse sometime?
Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like cause
With a
chaos.
quick nod, Luca was off.
Alright. Do you hear that, Trish?
Iggy gazed up
Tish.
at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
A single
treehouse.
tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I never expected this day to come. Oh, wonderful. What?
Chapter 7.
I did not expect the silence to be broken for that specifically. Alright.
Into the hive. A good heist requires preparation. And thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. We are locked and loaded on my end. And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach perennial harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence.
Rollo's nothing if not confident.
Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
Stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Catch your delivery here. Delivery? I don't have anything I announce about delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there's no schedule delivered for this morning. Right.
He had to think quick.
That's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked that it be kept secret.
Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. I suppose we can leave this one off the records. Our harvest awaits and
With a
such.
stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Our harvest awaits. Back cheer for the founder. Oh, I didn't hear anything about. Yeah, this is a need to know kind of thing. I'll just check.
He stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. Don't have time to fill you in. Well, I see. If you could just complete this form.
Rollo interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you have time, want to explain to the founder why I'm late. Oh, it's your funeral. I'm sorry. Did you just say your name was again?
Rollo panicked.
Our harvest awaits. Sir, that's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir. Our harvest awaits. Ready to light this candle, Tish? Yup. Suck on this perennial ham fist. What's that?
The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the damn door. Got a job to do.
clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check on that noise. Oh, come on! Just bust me in already. Okay, okay. Phew. That was close. Our harvest awaits. Hey, I figured. And I'm out sick with classics. Well, that was a close one. You pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Everybody knows what to do. Yep, deep entrance to the north. I'll go back. In case she needs some muscle. I'll head east to the founder's office. To be safe. Locate the founder's office. I could use some water. Not even any cups for the water. Oh. You can do it all the way to nowhere? What's going on here? This building is largely a lie, isn't it? Solomon?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Okay. What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you okay?
A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am certainly not okay. Someone Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and looked me up when they were distracted. I ran. Dang. Okay, you should stick with me. We've got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah. Rollo and Becker headed to Deep Engineering. Thank heavens you found me. We've got to get out of here. Can't just leave. We can't leave just yet. They'll catch us again. Got to do something first. When you're running, did you have to see a door marked Founder? Founder? Why are you looking for him? I just need to get into that office. Now that you mention it, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It's just down this way.
Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is. So it is. Pretty lucky that I ran into, or I might have missed it. Truly
Luca
unfortunate.
tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Admittedly, it seems to be some sort of electric lock. Don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock like that.
Luca smiled and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Oh, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Alright, timing. We're stuck at a door marked number 248601. Need you to get us through. What if someone catches us? We should get out of here. Not leaving my friend, Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Surely you don't have a way to get around the password.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
You shouldn't know that password. That's from a different timeline, isn't it? Alright. How did you just guess that? Oh, it's this absurd. Oh, okay. Never mind. What was this absurd password Rollo heard when he was down here before? It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. These villain types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deductive are as impressive as your luck.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Well, I think that should do it. Bingo bango, doors open. Luca, you never fail to impress. What's that slippery lout even doing down there? I have a friend whose mom is in trouble. We're here to get her out. I see. Okay, Luca, I think we're close. The door's marked number 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Move this one in the lock. Crap, we got company. Luca, we must go faster. One second, I can't think with all this noise.
Quickly skimmed the screen with his
Here it is. 13806. Go, go, go. Curse these fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you're just trying to help. They're still carrying their clipboards. Oh man. No water cups. Rollo! Rollo, are you okay? Rollo, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms. They're
With
trapped.
self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rollo, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we've lost him. Making our way back to Nellie's office. Okay, you two rabble-rousers are coming with us. Nope. Make a break for it. Did that little shit just kick me? That's right, this is this timeline. Don't just stand there. After them. Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have led them on a wild goose chase. I'm having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rollo, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed they can't see straight? Let's just say we've got time. Entering Nellie's office now. Mom! Oh, honey, what did you do to your hair? Thought you'd be happy and finally used the young chemist lab kit. You sure have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. Kids, we need to get you out of here. Wait, who's your adult friend? Oh, I'm not an adult. Ever heard of a growth spurt? I'm more of a growth spew. No, that's not possible.
Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth.
Central banding on the enamels of the molar is consistent with Tempest Lucamine exposure. Is that what you call the gunk they forced me to drink? You drink it? Oh no. They told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, Beck, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Well, what the hell is going on with this plant? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered on Beacon Pines, and Will Spring they called it the source. They named it pancreasiliquamine. It pulls energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship to time. It was a secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of tempest liquamine to the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications. The foul harvest. Turning of harvest came in to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. But Tempest liquamine is rebellious. Rebellious? You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It is volatile by its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists. Yes. I can relate to that. My role is to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott, harnessing Tempest liquamine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a total result before today's festival. But you didn't, right?
Nellie sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle. I put myself into the puzzle problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities? They contained obvious errors, mistakes that no one of his reputation would ever make. So I fixed them, and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Meh, these clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway. Sounds like Dr. Prescott finally figured out, got full cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I considered that possibility. I sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Karen had him killed. What? I heard them talking about it on the radio. It's what we gotta get you out of here. I just... like, now. Wait, the file! Finally solved the chemical equation that allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before he came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it. Luca, we got Dr. Modwell heading your way now. Roger that. Be careful. Alright, everything's on track. What's your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. See what else this bad boy has on it. Security system? Time card logs? Payroll? You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon muttered inaudibly.
Just you wait. Huh? Oh, nothing.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps he's not as careless as you might have suspected. I don't know. Looks like the founder was planning on helping Care plan the festival. Why would such a secretive part leader be obsessed with the party? Only time will tell.
Held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. He must have been here recently. Destroying his lungs as a child? That seems very irresponsible. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard drink for a hard man. Wow, even his alcohol is arrogant.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
I should just smother you right now. What's that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be sorry, you're not bothered at all. I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon. You needn't worry about me. I don't feel bad either way. I'm gonna get you out of this, I
With a
promise.
subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock it, lock it, lock it! Locked. That was close. When we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards. We barely got away. Did they follow you? Rolo, before we start by tossing blame around. Is it possible somebody ordered a pizza? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not pizza. What now? Don't look at me, I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. Just have a few quick questions. Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. Everyone else, huddle up. Oops. I think this little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no! Hush now, child, the adults are speaking. Dr. Modwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We've never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child, the powerful and enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor who created this town. Perennial harvest, Valentine fertilizer, all connected by a single thread. Yours truly. But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Ah, yes. Now you've got it. Tempest, look at me. You discovered how to reverse the process?
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Modwell. Very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
and the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work, which you did admirably. Mr. Care, the vial, please.
Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the eighth wonder of the...
He could finish. Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool! You have no idea what you have in your hand. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thinking about it.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a taste.
Luca jiggled the vial mockingly.
Seize him! Luca, over here! Move another inch, and I'll smash it.
She held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. Smash it, I swear. Fine. Risk killing us all. Or, if you're lucky, nothing happens. Then what? Capture you and grant you much less leniency.
He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word. Be handed over now. None of you will be harmed.
A deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. There's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there's only one way this ends.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it. We can't trust that jerk. I'm sorry, he's right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Care, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance review.
The blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first, you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. Don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. To think all this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How does this all because of me? Ha! I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Not Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him opportunity to be part of something great, but the fool was blinded by righteousness. Even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my work.
Solomon shook his head with gratification.
The universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal life.
A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I shall return to deal with you all. Till then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep post outside the door. Well, crap. Can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm sure she had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? Don't have one. Of course you do. You always have a plan. Rollo, you just needed some time. Rollo, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca, give me a minute to calm my mind. Hey. Sorry, Luca. I did what I had to. I know, it's just, we were so close. I had a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals. That's a good one. Well, time seems like less of an issue for him now. Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Care locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. Poked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note, hidden in a false drawer. What sort of a note? Sir Prescott must have sent his time as perennial harvest was growing short, so he left behind a letter, with the hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but his contents, Luca, I think they were meant for you. Why? What did it say? It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She'd been exposed to extreme amounts of tempus-glucamine.
The color dropped from Luca's face.
Is she? Did she? Is she? She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work. And it'll cost him his life. That's a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Man, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nelly. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Miss Lucas Grant. Mr. Wait, Mr. Lucas Grant. That's awful nice of you, but I'm fine. Oh no, what did they? And there's no time to explain, we have to go now. Come on everyone, you have a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully, we can disperse with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
We've got to stop him.
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No! Well, I guess that's it. We lost. I don't be so sure about that.
With
What did you do?
Look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
Hmm.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
Oh, I've stopped reading. Shoot. How do you get ashes in the vial? It was pretty easy to mess with the contents when it was behind my back. Um, I started reading that without reading it out loud. Sorry. Something about habits being hard to kick. You can all call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Is cigarette ash gonna be enough? We'll see. It's a little dusty. Oh wow, he's a lot of dusty. Well, that's one way to kick a bad habit.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines. A new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
So we have other... Like a little chain.
Might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Like, pocket change? You want a lucky penny? Yeah, I plopped it in the vial when no one was looking. What's that gonna do? No idea. That's the beauty of science. Now, we observe. You can all call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Holy crap! He's a baby. Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right? Well, what he knew was no longer matters. This is an innocent child. I apologize for the all harm my father has caused you.
Paris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we? We do what Valentines always do. What must be done. I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for young Sharper. That would be a great help, thank you.
She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone. The show is over. You may leave. Now.
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn, his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Hello, are you up yet? Roger that. It's a beautiful day at Mission Control. Gonna swing by? Be there in a minute. Oh, I'm ready to go now. Go on without me. I'll meet you there. Got a batch of jam to finish up jarring. It's funny. I only started making jam as a way to send messages without anyone noticing. Now I enjoy it. Homemade jam is absolutely fantastic as well. Hi. I hear you and Rollo have big plans for that little treehouse. Yeah, it started getting crowded after you broke the max capacity one Rollo, one Luca rule. So we decided to expand. At least we got some help with that. How's the shop of Nelly and Alona's shop doing? It's been great. I'm hoping it gets me into that school of agriculture up at state. So Nelly said she'd write me a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. Can't help but worry about leaving Rollo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he's had a heck of a growth spurt. I don't mean grown. I don't just mean grown. Literally. This morning he was up and finished his chores before I even had breakfast. Well, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. Don't tell him this, because it'll go to his head. I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, but he's too dang proud to tell you. I know. Hey, Gus. How's the tree planting going? Couldn't be better. I'm so grateful to Alona and Nelly for letting me help. It just wasn't built to be a mayor. Too much bureaucracy. Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's next?
Perennial harvest collapsed. Most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Anyone with a knack for art can help paint the new offices. You can count on us. Well, looks like you really found your calling. Never really felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now this right here. This is something I can be proud of. I see you decided on a name. Yep, we had to clear out all the old stuff before putting on the final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official. I like it. It was actually Nelly's idea. There's still a lot of work to do, and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change should happen fast. In fact, I've learned the more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is, go slow and fix things. Amen to that. How's the napping this morning? The most underrated part of a good nap is the view, and the view's getting greener every day. Nice. I better not dilly-dally. Better get to the treehouse. Fine. Luca, get this. I managed to reel in an actual fish this morning. Seriously? Yeah, and honest to goodness, flip-flopping, swim-slamming. Fish! Don't think I've ever caught an actual fish here. Been at least 7 years since I caught one. I'd say it's a good omen. What do you do with the fish? I'll release it back into the pond. I'm hoping to catch it again tomorrow. Yeah, fair. Still no new things. It only looks like there might be room on the blanket for one more thing, but clearly not. Oh, I'm stuck jumping now, aren't I? Little higher. Yup. Little lower. Yup. Little higher. Yup. I'm telling ya, the angle isn't the issue. More and more power to the radio. Luca, there you are. What tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of antenna redesign. Fine, fine. Hey, just don't do anything drastic till we get back. Ooh, me? Tish, you're in charge while I'm gone. Yup. They'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. We really want mission control to turn on something bigger and better. We have to loosen our grip a bit. You're right. Lead the way. So, oh, I guess he got transformed into a kid probably due to what's today's news that needs knowing? I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend Patrick C. Montesquieu, aka William Kerr, just performed a stirring rendition of The Iceman Cometh at the State Correctional Facility. I hear there wasn't a dry eye in the house, because he has plenty of time to work on his craft. I guess, the de-aging that, Sharper went through to become Solomon, was somewhat accidental and took, stealing time from another person. So we can't just use that to fix his mom nor Rollo. I'm glad you swung by. More follow-up questions for your story? Nope, I got everything I need. Thanks again for that. Sent a draft of the story to a reporter in the capital city. They offered me an internship. Of course they did. You're an amazing reporter. I don't know about all that. Story about a phony corporation that picked up an entire town of people and moved them to cover up a massive illegal mine shaft full of incredibly hazardous chemicals. Sort of writes itself, if you think about it. Don't forget about us when you become a fancy big city reporter. Capital City isn't that far away. I'm gonna have to come back from time to time to check in and see what kind of new trouble you've gotten yourself into. Sorry to disappoint, but my adventuring days are over. Heh, we both know that's not true. What makes you say that? Call it a reporter's intuition. Oh, good.
Squinted at the faded photo of him and memories of that.
We should have enough to finish the rest of this memory. Ooh, yes, okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Tulliv. Sorry, these allergies have been killing me. I haven't been able to smell a thing all day. I almost sold Mrs. Hatch a gallon of spoiled milk this morning. Got anything to help clear out these darn sinuses? Whatever it takes, I just want to be able to smell again. Alright, so we need pungent, lavish, indulgent, tender, Probably pungent. Incendiary. It's cute. See if that works. Call this one cod for the common cold. Oh my, that's spicy. And stinky. I'm sorry, try again. No, don't you see what this means? I can smell again. Looks like your father isn't the only doctor in the family. Terrible. Hey, Mrs. Hatch, what can I get you? Oh, I'm not terribly hungry. Something snack size if you could. Um... Adorable. Tender? Why not? Call it the novella. Lovely. This just in. Last Chance Diner over in by Gremlins. Not a gremlin, I'm Luca.
Mr. Wilder adjusted his monocle jokingly.
I stand corrected. In that case, do you believe I have a craving for a burger? Come to the right place. Indeed, I'll have a nice juicy burger topped with onion. See? Succulent. Yeah. With onion. Pungent. Here you go. I call it the Wilder. You know I love good byline. Many thanks. Well, if it isn't little Luca. Hey, Uncle Nuncreed. How come you haven't been around the house lately? Oh, your dad and I had a little disagreement is all. How's he doing? Has he mentioned me? Not really. He's been busy lately. Sometimes he doesn't come home from work before bedtime. Is that so? Well, so I'm thinking of him. Seems sad. Nonsense. What can I get you for lunch? Well, after's fact is, I don't have much of an appetite right now. But Uncle No Treat, you gotta eat. I'll make you something special that'll cheer you up. Yep. We call it the cheers looking at you, kid. Brown burger with a side of good vibes. Oh, Luca, he's
Mr.
sweet boy.
Nuncreed reached down and patted Luca's shoulder with an enormous hand.
You got a lot of your daddy in you, don't you? I guess so. I'll do my best to clean my plate. Listen well, child. I'm going to say this once. I require a well-done burger. Got it? When I say well done, I mean it. Well done, no problem. Here you go, casting my request. Burger, charred beyond recognition. What a bitter and black. One burger coming up. Top it with the most expensive thing you have. Alright, incendiary opulent. Indulgent. Lavish, that was it. Caviar on burnt burger. That sounds awful. May I just represent the row you're burnt? I can hardly believe it. You've done well. Miss Fratelli had caviar stashed back there. And is full of surprises. Very good. This will suffice. I have a coupon here for one free burger. What'll it be? I have a lot of mouths to feed, so give me the biggest burger you have. They must eat a lot, huh? You have no idea. Oh, throw some lettuce on top. Easy peasy. Lavish. And tender. call it. The too much is never enough. This should keep him at bay. Thank you. Alrighty, looks like we got everything we need. Let's get to feeding these folks. Oh, I already fed everyone. You made all the food yourself? What on earth did you put on the burgers? Just use what was lying around. Oh dear, that can't be good. Thanks again, Luca. Best burger I ever ate. Surprisingly confident. Everyone seems happy. You really are a remarkable boy, aren't you? Yes, chef. Oh, hello. Forgot you were following me. Oh, I stared at a photo.
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
Is that your suitcase? That is 2 weeks of unencumbered tranquility. Excuse me, will you be so kind as to take my order? 2 weeks of sand, margaritas, and forgotten obligations. Excuse me, would you love to place an order?
Mrs. Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
Just as soon as the lunch rush ends, I'll be a feather on the wind. Going on vacation for the first time in years. I've got you and your mom to thank. Why's that? Shouldn't tell you yet? You two are gonna fill in for me at the diner while I'm gone. Just like old times. It's fine, I'll wait. Oh boy. As long as the pay's good, right? Young Mr. Van Horn. How's little Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. We do a lot of strolling these days. Has he, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yeah. Hopefully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Modeville, and she feels like Sharper's infant mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, this child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. That is the objective, yes. But really, all I can do is try and hope. Two activities I'm endeavoring to find less distasteful. Well, I don't think you're doing a great job. The whole town is ready to help out however we can. Can't wait to teach him how to throw a baseball.
Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That would be acceptable. He looked at his friends with a thankful smile. After everything that could have gone wrong, everything that did go wrong, we made it. The end.
Closing her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
Oh, hello, Luca. How are you? Oh, actually, really good, actually. That's wonderful. Did I miss anything? I think you're pretty much up to speed. Hello. Luca, do you want a biscotti? On the house. I only have time. Zariel, you have to come and see this. Finally did it. We pulled a perfect espresso. Espresso. Oh, Lumi, if I didn't know better, I would think you're just proud of something. As if no. It's too late. You're officially a person who cares. Good, the museum's been destroyed. Wow, back for seconds. If it's not too much trouble. For the longest time, I didn't understand the appeal of ice cream. Serves no purpose. Then it'd be briefly enjoyed and then it's gone. But it's pretty tasty while it lasts. I'm inclined to agree. Hey Luca, can you tell Roxy I'll be free in an hour? Sure thing. My dad's making me stock the shelves for the summer. He said it builds character. I think he meant to say builds calluses. Builds character. Builds something, right? Luca, can I interest you in a delicious apple?
Happily waggled an apple.
No thanks, just saying hello. Well, hello then. Mind telling your mom when we need a new crate of jam? Already? It's funny, I used to hide the stuff in the back. Terrified that someone would find out it was secret messages. Now everyone wants to get their hands on Eleanor Van Horn's famous spy jam. Yeah, honestly.
Over the school year, Kato and Bert had become close friends.
But did you know that? When they covered up the source, they found a new species of fungus? Yep, and they're studying it in the new labs. Did you know that? Pecan Pines is now the smallest town in the county. Yep, close to the population before a perennial harvest moved in.
Typically went on like this for quite some time.
Can't believe it's over. Yeah, the town's really starting to turn a new leaf. Town, I was talking about Hank Atomic. Just finished the last issue. How was it? As great as always. Hank finally returned to Earth, but I found it just feel weird now. Weird can be cool. Just means you're ready for something new. Any suggestions? Ask Mrs. Hatch about what she's always reading. She seems to really enjoy it. Huh. Maybe I'll do that.
Luca peeked over Piper's shoulder, laid stealthily inside a large volume of mathematics. Was the first issue of Hank Atomic.
Piper, are you reading Hank Atomic? Do you mind not telling anyone? Kinda got a reputation to uphold. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Just about every kid in town reads Hank Atomic. And honestly, I'm excited for you. But I'd give to start over fresh. To experience it again for the first time. Guess this is the downside of finishing something nice. At least I can now enjoy it again through you. So tell me about it as you go through. Or as you go. Sure thing. Doing things vicariously is nice. Hey, Mr. Nuncreed. Gonna see my dad in a bit. Do you want to come with? Even after everything I did, you'd still...
Mr. Nuncreed shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. You're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walt in my own time. You run along now.
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come on, come on! No one's too big, no one's too small. We're off for a wild ride.
Well, maybe not completely unused.
Just one piece of candy. For the ride of your life. Who's next? Me. Guess what? Yesterday I saw Dynasty's Titius. And that's good. It's great! I haven't spotted one of those in years. At this rate, Beacon Pines is going to become the Bug City capital of the county. No details on this. Yeah. Nothing new over here. Thought I'd check. News I think you'll enjoy. This morning I unpacked my last box. You've officially moved in! It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. It sounds awfully like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is really worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years aren't gonna be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. My mom's prepared this tree especially for you. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. It We should do okay in the cold, full beacon pines. Thrive as things warm up. It's perfect. Yeah. That's great. We're planting his dad a new tree. Ah, you got it. Now that's a good looking tree. Being special occasion and whatnot. Their eyes on the house. You're gonna want to hang on to that, or tie it to that little tree.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I began to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending, I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Done. Good little tree. Best little tree. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Shucks, I only did what any super best buddy would have done. Super awesome best buddy. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine. Really? Pa always said the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. What? I feel like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. No, you don't have to even say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me. We're a trio now. Yep. Hi. Thanks. There's just one thing missing that now that you're part of our group. Missing? Let me tell you a little story about a man called Hank Atomic. Oh, God. I won't be long. I'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start our summer. Oh boy. You got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. Are you afraid that you're going to forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree, but I know he would have loved this one more, because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Hey, Dad. Dr. Modwell says that over the next few years, this place should warm up, so you don't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There are things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you, you. You wouldn't have had stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed in. You wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go. That didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. That's not all everything. We missed a little bit. Fine. Oh. That was a cute story. A well-contained Groundhog Day without the characters actually being involved, I suppose. Hmm. Actually missing 4 achievements. Gnomes catch all the fish, so I'm missing a charm. Pop goes the weasel, born in a barn. What? Okay, I've been at this for a while. I should get up and get ready to wind down for the night. It's been fun. Cat. There's just a name on this that is Cat. Nice. So I believe it's for Patreon backers. Geez, there were a lot. Alright. So I guess next stream I'm gonna be doing is gonna be on Wednesday. I have no idea what I'm gonna do then. There was a game I intended to finish that I started on one of my Mondays. Probably pick up that. Or if you have any suggestions, of course, leave them in the comments on one YouTube video. You can throw them into the chat room. I'm usually messing around with stuff, so I'll get notifications of your chat messages. Or there's actually a suggestion box in my Twitch description cards down below. Otherwise, you can reach out to me on any of my social media. You can find all the ways to contact me on the link that just popped up in the chat. Should be available in the chat restream, or you can see it on the screen, just quickspirit.card.co. And until I see you all next time, I hope you all have a good rest of the week, or however long. Take it easy.